Welcome to the stream. I did a poll and asked people what they wanted to see, and apparently Snake wins, so Snake it is. Alright, so this is where we were up to last time with our Snake. Oh, right, that's right. The snake segments are rotated wrong. But anyway, we're going to make the snake move first, I think, because moving snake, better snake, if you know what I mean. More like it's easier to test a moving snake, but I don't remember how to do that. I'll make a to-do list so that I can remember what the fuck I'm doing. New file, to do. Alright. Make snake move. Now, if I remember, to make the snake move is actually not that hard. You can really cheat the snake moving. Would I want to cheat the snake moving? Because one thing you can do is you can just teleport the head to the end. Alright, so we need something like an enum direction. So up, down, left, right. Right. So that's how where the snake is moving. Like that's the direction that the snake is moving. The stream working? I think the stream is working. The horrible noise as I move my microphone into a better position so I can actually see the chat, because I keep missing it. Alright, so this needs to be a component. Derive component. Something like that. So the snake itself needs to like require a direction. Something like that. So we have snake segments, we have snake skins. So I'm gonna say we put on a new module, and it's just gonna be called like snake movement. Mod movement. Right. The snake movement's gonna be its own kind of thing. So I guess we move direction into the snake movement. Like that. Make you public. Then we come back up to snake and we go okay, movement, and we're gonna like pub use movement. Like that. Alright, so the snake now gets a default direction. Oh god, why am I suddenly not able to breathe? So we need default on you, and then the default direction, what is the default direction the snake is facing? Out of curiosity. By default, the snake is facing right. Default. Okay. So you need to like pub use Bevy preload. Something like that. Okay. We need to have pub plugin, which needs an app mute app. Right, so that's gonna be our app plugins. Then we go to snake and we go. Do we have a snake plugin? I don't know how this works. So we go to main. So there's camera. What do we spawn the snake in? I don't think we do. Okay, so let's go to snake and be like pub. Always get plugin. I'm gonna plugin. This is gonna be the snake plugin. Something like that. Then we go back to main, and then so main does the stuff. So init assets. So this is done by the snake. So we're gonna say like app.add plugins snake plugin, like that. So that'll let us do the snake. Right, then you initialize a snake skin, and you're also going to app.add plugins, which is going to be movement plugin. Right. So in here we're going to have a pub move snake. Right, so to move the snake, I am kind of curious if I want to be lazy with how the snake moves, because I think the children... Well, actually, are you immutable? Okay, I'm curious if I can... Q. Segments vec. I'm trying to think of like basically like it's a cheeky way of making the snake. Because one thing we could do is move the snake entirely, but the other thing you can do is just move only the one piece of the snake. Like effectively, if I teleport the end of the snake, I want to try that first. So, okay, so snakes, we're gonna query or snake, and then we like segments, which is just gonna query really transform with like segment. I don't even know if we need to do that, but anyway. Because what I'm thinking is if we go to it's the snake itself which holds all the segments. But then it's the snake that determines which of the segments is where. How do I apply the snake skin? It does some fancy ass snake stuff, which we don't need to worry about for now. When do we actually apply that? Applies the sprite. When are we running the piece of code? Is it in segment? Update. Okay. Update sprites. So we iterate through all the sprites of all the snakes with the assets of the snake skins. So the snake is the thing that actually tells us the order of the snake skin, which is good to know. Because like in theory, you could make each snake segment just like know what the next and the previous segment is. But I think I did that last stream and that did not. Like that's what this is all about. And it turned into a real pain. It's much easier just to keep a vector of what the fucking snake ordering is. So updating the sprites, we don't actually we entirely keep the snake there. Okay, good. Good. So one thing is we're gonna go like for snake. Well, this also needs a proper direction. So the snake, we have the snake and we also have the direction. We can make the direction non-optional and therefore only snakes with directions that can move. What the fuck happened to my VS Code? Fuck. Alright, anyway. So we go here and we go something like snake and moving direction. In snakes. So we iterate through all our snakes. We need to go to our app to like app.add system. This happens in fixed update. And then we are going to say move snake. Right. So I feel like our snake, we want some different size stuff on you, but that's for later. Because I'd like to have the ability to have larger snakes because I think that'd be funny. So my question with this is that I don't think Bevy will let me move the snake around. So I need to quickly Google what it is. There's a function. It's like our Rust queue. It's called vec.dequeue. Okay. So vec.dequeue. There you go. Aw. Well, that's a pain in the ass. So it can be a B tree set, an entity hash set, an indexed hash set, a Bevy entity. It can be an index map. Index set. It can be a small vec or it can be a vector. So, I mean, I don't know about a B tree, but entity hash set isn't it in the other way? What's S in this particular case? Annoying. I'm curious if I can just implement the Can I implement that? That would be an interesting thing to do in this stream. So we're going to say impl. Probably not actually, because of the fact that so Bevy ECS relationship target for we need a new type. So we need to be like a struct say snake segments that which is going to be a vec dq for of entities like so. So that means all the functionality that I want to implement onto the snake segments goes there. So then we can make this snake segment. So this becomes a snake segment like so, and then it should be yelling at me saying I'm not allowed to do that. But anyway, for snake segments, maybe just do that. And it's going to go, oh, it's going to yell at me because it's missing not all items, but like, okay. So it's yelling at me about this being not implemented. Collection, which returns a self collection. A collection is the collection type that stores the source entity of the relationship target component. Okay, interesting. Collection mute risky. And from collection, which is self collection. Apparently I can just call collection mute risky. That is just a thing. Okay. Your collection is an array of entities. No, so that's not allowed. Snake segments is not a component. What? So what does it say? The collection type that stores the source entities for this relationship target collection. Check the list of types which implement okay. Wait a second, so maybe it's that it needs to be a relationship source collection? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I got the wrong type. I mean, it's not like it's a very hard thing to change. Type source editor where, okay. That's easy enough to do. Where self A. Alright, so this is going to equal, and this is just going to be like core slice iter A entity. Expected an iterator to be an iterator that yields entity, but it yields reference to entity. Oh, you suck. Core iter cloned. Okay. Strange. Alright, so new. Well, it's just going to be a snake segment with a vec dq new. Okay. With capacity. Okay. Seg vec dq with capacity. Self.0.reserve. I mean, This isn't very hard. Add, okay. Self.0.push back entity. True. Everything's a collection. Returns whether the entity was added to the collection. Mainly useful when dealing with collections that don't allow multiple insertions of the same entity. Okay. So remove would work with being self.0.remove. Okay, so we have to find. I guess we would retain. Okay, and so dot contains. I guess we need to be like if self contains, else false. Otherwise, you're going to return true because we just need to remove it now. And we're like self dot zero dot retain e does not equal entity. Reference D. So basically, I'm checking to see if the vector does actually or if the snake has the segment, and if it does, then we keep every other segment except this segment, and we return that yes, we removed this segment. And if it doesn't have this segment, we say false because we didn't remove this segment. Self.0.iter dot cloned. Okay, it doesn't like that. What fucking type do you return then? Okay, so it's core. Oh, apparently it's core. I don't know, it's STD. STD. The fuck is going on with my ID? Why does it do that? Okay, collections. VecDQ data entity, and then now I can just do that. It's a very strange way about going about it. All right, length is self dot 0 dot len. Clear is, I guess, self dot 0 dot clear. Self dot 0 dot shrink to fit. Self dot 0 dot extend from within. Extend front. Extend pop back if range release place. Prepend. append. Why does it need to be self though? Dot extend. Oh, it's because there's an extend. Okay. Right. So that outside of the fact apparently it's throwing a lot of errors, should no method named map entities found for struct. What do you mean? Why are you complaining? Right. Why are you complaining though? Like, what is this even complaining in relation to? Like, what is causing it to hit that? Well, I guess you need to, for one, be like a. You need to derive deref. Thank you. No. Okay. So. Slice. Okay. Make contiguous. Can I do something like self dot as so self dot segment dot slice. So as slice gives me 2, and then I need to be like 0 dot let's Google maybe like Rust yeah, there's not. I don't think there's any way to make them treat it as 2 slices. So annoying. Fine. Let's leave that like that. But then we're just going to make this a vector. Of entities. I'm going to leave everything else the same. We're just going to turn you back into segment. Because you can be dereferenced, you should be able to do that fine. That should all work exactly the same. Cannot borrow data in dereference of snake segment as mutable as requires it to modify through the dereference, but it is not okay. Sure. I don't know what I've done wrong. Anyway, so something down here is yelling at me about this snake segment. It's probably in here somewhere. Yeah. Okay, so this is just vec. I mean, okay, why even bother? Comment this out. Let's just turn that back into a vector. Of view 30, of view of entities. So that was a needless endeavor. I was trying to make it a queue so they could easily rotate the snake without having to reorder everything. But honestly, it's probably just faster to insert and like make the snake work that way. To like shuffle all the entities around. I trust the compiler to be able to do a better job than me. Okay, so when we move the snake, I guess we also need to have like immutable access to this, which means we need to like mute here. And then we need to go, okay, so what I need to do is probably something along the lines of let sum last equal snake dot, let's call it like move, I guess, slither, because apparently move's a reserved word. So when I call slither, I guess you can just return that. So when we go to the snake and when we call slither, we're going to go hub slither, which is going to be a mutable reference to self, and is going to return an entity. And this is going to be where we get a little bit silly with it, because from what I understand, relationships get treated as like opaque, so like nothing else gets to see my and modify my relationships, but theoretically I'm allowed to. So I can say that the entity that returning is going to be, so we're going to say self.pop. So let out equals self.pop, self.segments.pop. So that we're going to take the last segment in the list. Fine. We'll make this return an option because it's funnier that way. Right. So we pop off the last segment. Then we say if let sum. Well, no, just return it. I don't want to have to unwrap it in other places, and honestly, it shouldn't theoretically be possible. So we're going to say if let sum out is okay. So then it'll be like self dot segments dot pop like that. Right. Right, and then we're going to say else entity dot placeholder or entity placeholder. Right, so I'm going to pop that, and we're going to say self dot segments dot insert index 0. Why do you keep doing this to me? An element is out. So basically, we're popping the last segment off of the snake and then putting it at the beginning. And then we're just going to return that last segment. So we're being a little bit silly with it. We're using arrays in the worst way to use arrays, but honestly, also they're fucking they're 32-bit numbers, so it's not exactly going to be expensive to take the last number, shuffle the other numbers down, and put the first number on. Theoretically, I could write like a really fancy data structure that does this. But then you end up with this, like when I go to iterate through all the segments of the snake, we end up with issues. But I could also just fix that anyway. But anyway, but anyway, so segments, so snakes, segments, for snake direction. We get the last entity. We're going to say if let okay, mute segment equals segments dot get. Oh, okay, wait. We are going to need the first segment as well. So I think, yeah, we need the first segment because we need to move the last segment one direction forward from the previous. We need to take the first segment, go one direction from that segment, and then put the first segment there. But anyway, we're going to get last. So I guess we can probably jump back to Slither here and go, okay, so before you do this, and self dot segments dot pop dot first. And let sum first. Right. So I mean, I guess technically we'd want to put first here, because what this should in theory let me do for some unknown reason is let me have 2 segment long snakes, because we grab the first segment and then well, actually even 1 segment long snakes, because we get the first segment and then we pop the last segment off, which means it doesn't exist anymore. Then we reinsert the last segment back at the beginning, which makes it segment 1, and then we return first and out. Can I make this a reference like that so that you don't need to be the reference? And then you need to return a tuple that is just an entity and an entity. And then you theoretically would return placeholder, placeholder. So our first segment is just the first segment of the snake. So it means if the snake has 0 segments, and the snake is exactly 1 segment long, this will be the first segment. Then we pop out the last segment, which means if the snake is 1 segment long, this would also be the last segment, which means you would return the same 2 segments here. So even if the snake's only 1 segment long, this would always guarantee to return the first and the last segment as 2 separate segments anyway. Okay, this is first, and this is last. Mostly because I think it's funny. And then else. Continue. Can I get mute any? This would take in an exact array. No, because again, we're going to make it work so that it's okay. So this is. So we want to say first. And then we can like let OK first. Well, actually, this is more like if let OK segment first equals this, else continue, which is then just going to say segment dot translation. Right, and we're going to say let pause equals that. Right, to get that, and then we're going to say let OK okay mute segment equals segments dot get mute last, else continue. Right. So we need this mutable because we can't access. Okay. So that gives us our mutable access to our transform. Then we come down here and we say that we need to say like segment equals pos plus direction times and then we like a const maybe. Well, I want the snakes to have a size because I think that's kind of funny to be able to like scale the snakes up and down. So we're gonna say we need a new like an enum. We need like an enum snake size. Right, this is also just a derived component. This is going to have it derives default as well. Default. Right, so we have the snake size, and this is going to have 1x, well, x1, x2, x4, and x8. I'll say. And my sizes, and I'm going to have that the default is this one, like that. Right. And then up here we go, hey snake, wherever you are, snake require. So you require a direction, you also require a scale size. What did I call it? Snake size. Right. So we have a snake size. And then we can grab that when we grab this. So we grab the direction, we also grab the snake size. Yeah, cool. Let's grab the snake size, and then we go, hey, multiply direction by snake size. So that means you need the direction and then the size. And the direction times by size. And then we can do some funny stuff and be like, okay, so we're going to impl core ops mult for direction. And then we're going to say, hey, you can multiply a direction by a size. Snake size. Yep, cool. And then we're going to have pub. Wait, no, so def and mult. And then we say that the output is a vector. Vec2? Sure. I'm gonna do this like this, and then be like dot extend. Zero. All right. So. Well, I guess neither of these are clone and copy, so that's probably what's going on there. You clone and copy. So it's saying, oh, you're giving me a reference to something, but it's So inside of snake, I guess it's snake, we're gonna have like a const unit scale, which is, I want to say 32. It's an F32, and it equals 32. Right, and then when we go down to snake size, we can import snake size and be like fn size self, and returns a F32 and just matches self. And then so this is unit scale times 2, unit scale times 4, unit scale times 8. What is causing it to fucking do this? Okay, so then we have a movement, so we have a size and fucking here, and then we go, okay. So then we say self dot vec as vec2, and then multiplied by right hand side dot size. Right, so then we just need to give directions the ability to be done that way. So impl direction fn as vec2, which takes in self, and I'm just gonna make it public so that other things can use it. In return of vec2, which is then going to be self. So up is just vec2y, down is vec2 negative y, left is vec2 negative x, and right is vec2 x. Right, so why are you saying that? I made them clone and copy. Why? I don't know. Fuck it. Sorry, segment dot translation. No. So when we move the snake, get this right. So we're going to grab all the snakes. We're going to grab the direction the snakes are facing and the size of the snake. We're then going to grab our segments and we're going to go transform. We're going to do the transforms. We then iterate through every snake. We grab the we tell the snake to slither, which shifts its last segment to being its first segment, and also tells us what the last segment and first segment were. We grab the position of the first segment, and then we update the last segment to be the head of the snake plus the direction the snake is facing, multiplied by the snake size. So now when we go back to main, let's go to terminal. We run this. This should make our snaky slither. Why is it going to make our snake slither? So the snake is going to slither because they're going to default. Yeah, well, they move very quickly. There's no wrapping. So all the snakes very fast off to the right because one, I don't think we ever put in a fixed time, which implies that they're running at about 60 FPS instead of like the fucking 10 that they're supposed to be running at or whatever. So we're gonna be like app.insert resource time fixed from hertz, maybe 10. Even 10 might be a little bit quick. So what's happening is that it's effectively, because they don't wrap around the screen, they all just head off to the right very, very quickly. And there we go. So they all just like diddle it, and then off they went. Which is very funny to me. All the snakes, they all just, wherever they spawn, and off they go. Now you'll notice that they don't have the correct tail set, which is a little bit interesting. So first off, you should be set to unit snake unit. Why did I make it private? What's up here? It's gonna make this const public just so that other things can use it. Unit scale. Just the idea being that we I think even in, so is it in camera when we spawn the camera and we multiply by 16 apparently? Okay. Oh yeah, so maybe it's by 2. By 2. Right. So we're like crate maybe. So we're 5 cells by 16 cells because the 16 by 9 is just the aspect ratio. And then multiplied by the scale of the snakes divided by 2. So that works. Okay, so I'm going to make no change whatsoever because I didn't actually change anything except like making a constant. Okay. I'm not entirely sure where their tails are disappearing to because I suspect what's happening is that it's just not updating in time and therefore the tail is actually ended up as the front of the snake. So this is happening in, so we move them in fixed update. Hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy me making Snake. Snake is so much fun to make. I always go a little bit carried away with Snake though. I make Snake very dumb. Where's our segments? Where's our segment code? So this updates the Snake. Don't mind the big chunk of uncommented code. When do we update our Snake? We need to tell the Snake to update after we move the Snake so that the Snake is actually the correct Snake. There's update Snake. So you, my friend, get to move inside of here, I guess. So we need to move the Snake, and then we need to super segment update sprite. Now we could do that in post fixed update, which probably actually makes a lot more sense. So I'm thinking, yeah, update. So move them in update because that makes a lot of logical sense. And then in here, I guess we're gonna go app dot add system post fixed or fixed. Yeah, okay. So fixed post update, and then we're gonna update sprite. Now, there is a slight issue I can see with this, which is that when they wrap around on the screen, they're gonna the logic for direction is going to break. Yes. Alright, so the update sprite logic. Yes. Indeed. Diddly. I also feel like they need to be multiples of 3, not multiples of 2 for the scales. But anyway, so somewhere I'm doing some kind of weird logic. I feel like I can probably just get rid of this logic because I don't care about reverting to that. So when we update the sprite, we do something. I call shape. I think shape is the one that works out. So the shape works out these 3. Yes. Indeed it does. So the issue with shape here is we need to effectively say, so that'll all work, I think. Current equals previous equals current. If the difference in x is the difference, so this is all picking the shape. Then we do some kind of matching. And the matching code says from F32, current to next. Okay. So it's more like I need to say let diff equals point minus other. And then we need to say if point was is bigger, means we would be positive. If diff is greater than 0, and then diff .x and then diff.x is less than 0. I don't know why my VS Code keeps randomly doing that. So then that would be diff.y is greater than 0, and then diff.y is less than 0. Right, because then what we could do is use the screen resolution and effectively say that if you're like more than 8 times the unit width away, then you must be on the other side of the screen. So I want to pause the movement code for a second. So remove the movement code and see that the snakes will still look correct because I've modified how the movement code works. We should also commit this and be like, it still works. Okay. So the snakes, they still have their dodgy code here, but that's because of rotation related stuff. Like we don't actually know. It's because we're only rotating and we're not flipping. Anyway, that's irrelevant for what I'm currently doing. So the snakes still all point the right way. Unclear why this snake, his tail is on the other side of the screen. Very unclear. Okay. Yeah, extremely unclear. Anyway. Right, I'm going to commit this because I don't want to break things. So, what have I done? So, I don't know. We're just going to commit working because I don't know what I did. Okay, so move snake. So we move the snake. Right, so we turn moving the snake back on, that's fine. We need to have like fn wrap open screen. Screen wrap. I think that'd probably be part of the grid. I'm starting to think maybe I should just leave the snakes in the XY grid thing and be like, hey, if you're more than like one grid space away, rather than having to like keep track of the actual scale of the snakes. Maybe we'll do that. So we're gonna like have a pub struct map. And then like width. I guess size, which is an IVEC. Vec2. We use Bevy prelude. Thank you. Alright, I'm going to derive this. It's going to have derived component. Like so. Where's our camera? So our camera grabs from somewhere these values. So when we grab our camera, can we also grab the map, which is res map? Right. You're not a component, you're a resource, because there's only one map. Right. So we grab that, and then we're just going to say that you are something like map dot r equals map dot resolution. Right, then we're just going to say r dot x and r dot r dot y. Okay, do that. Now we just have to go to map and add like a function, you know, like import map fn pub fn resolution, like so, which just takes itself and returns a vec2, and it's just going to be that. So we're going to say vec2 x is that, y is that, but swap that out with a 9. Except we need to swap this out for so leave that alone. So we need to say probably something like impl from world for map. And this is going to say map ivec2, which is then going to be 5 times 16 and 5 times 9. And then you are going to be self.size.x as f32. And then you are self.size.y as f32. Then back up in main, we need to be all like app.init resource grid map. Right. Right. You just need a reference to the map then. Like so, you're the one that needs the map. Like so, and then you need to give it a reference to map. I don't think the console cares about the size of the map. Oh. Doesn't. Okay, cool. So we'll give in the map and then the map and the grid. Okay. Yeah, still what they. So when I run this, it should all just still look the same. But it means that we can now use the grid to look up the the resolution. So added map res. Right. So next is to have the screen wrap. So screen wrap is going to work with we need a map, which is the res map, and we need segments, which is going to be a query query for mute transform with snake segment. Right. And then we go here and we say for segment in web. Why are you complaining? Because you're an unknown type. Can we import your grid map? There we go. Resolution. So in segments. So if segment dot translation dot x is greater than size dot x, segment dot translation dot x minus equals size dot x. If segment dot translation dot y is greater than size dot y, then segment dot translation dot y minus equals size dot y. Right. So it's pretty straightforward. I don't need to make this mutable because we're consuming it. So for the screen wrapping, we get the resolution of the map, which is just to say like how many pixels is the map x by y. Then we iterate through every segment of the snake, and we say, hey, if your x coordinate happens to be higher than x, then you get teleported x back. Your y segment happens to be higher than y, you get teleported y back, which is probably not going to work because I think the center of the screen is x0, y0, which I can easily fix by modifying the camera. But anyway, yeah, and then we chain them. So basically, we will move the snake, and then we check for wrapping, which means that we'll always wrap the snake. Now, I suspect this is going to result in the snakes all going off the screen and then teleporting back onto the screen, but at the middle because of the whole if you're greater than half, which implies that, yeah, so. Because 0, 0 is in the center, they only teleport when they're off the middle of the screen. Like they're going a half screen width across. Now, I think the way that I want to fix this is actually in the camera, because I could just, by half, but it makes much more sense for me to make 0, 0 down here. Because personally, I think it's annoying that the center 0, 0 when you're working like a grid. But anyway, one of these, I believe, in sort of window method, was it in the camera? So this is the fixed size, and then there's the orthographic projection, which is near far, viewpoint scale, viewpoint origin. So orthographic projection, as default, projection default 2D. default 3D. Yeah, viewpoint origin is 0.5, 0.5. So if I said the viewpoint origin was 0, 0, that should put it down there, I think. That is going to put it up here. It could be a little bit weird, but anyway. We can easily fix that and be like, hey, you, and then be like, viewpoint origin is vec to new. Now, it's either going to be 0, 0, or it's going to be like 1, 1, or it's going to be some combination of them. Depends on how the coordinate system works, but I'm pretty sure this is 0, 0 in the coordinate system, so this should fix it, because 0, 0 should set the origin of the camera down here. That is going to set the origin of the camera up here. Okay. Seems to have set the origin of the camera somewhere else. Now, are they teleporting immediately? I feel like I need to make a different type of snake, maybe. So if I go back to main, snake skin, and this can be snake skin 2, and then we're just gonna say, so from what I remember, the head was like 3 or something. Yeah. So head's 2, tail's 15. 0, 0, 2, tail is 15. The straight is 0, 0, 1, I think, and then it's 0, 0 for the segment. And then we're just going to go down here and go, hey, when you select the snake skin, wherever you do that, where are you picking the skin? There, snake. Okay. So we're going to say if let if random boolean else so this is skin 2. So now there's a 50-50 chance of which snake it picks, and then we just run this. And then that should there we go. So when so they're off by like a whole segment there. It does make me think that maybe I need to change the anchor point of the actual sprite to being the bottom, because what's happening at the moment, I believe, is when the sprite's in the center. What was my F12 or something to pause? I'm sure I had a pause functionality, didn't I? Oh no, that was in the Neo Scavenger game. I had the ability to pause the. Alright, so we go back to main. We're just going to add a pause functionality. So the way you add a pause functionality is we're just going to go fn pause. It's just going to take in mute time res time virtual, and then we're just going to say time if time dot is paused, time dot unpause, else time dot pause. Right. Cannot borrow data is dereferenced. What do you mean? What? I'm very confused about why you would. Oh, let's do res mute. There we go. Right. So then we say app.insert add system. We can put it in update because it doesn't really matter. Pause. Dot run if input just pressed keycode space input just pressed. Thank you. It has to be just pressed, otherwise it would toggle back and forth continuously. As I, if I held spacebar, it would just be pausing and unpausing continuously. Whereas just press means that it'll only fire once before I have to let go of spacebar and press it again to fire it again. Okay, so now I can pause. So as you can see, what is happening here is that the tail has not yet made it off of the screen because it's the middle of the screen. So it does make me think that maybe I should be setting them and using grid coordinates or whatever so that there are multiple integer multiple of the thing. They should always be integer multiple anyway, but there's another issue. So when they wrap, they don't pick the right direction. But anyway, so what's happening? From my view of it here, is that you can see it can go slightly off the screen before it teleports. And then when it teleports, it points the wrong way, but it's unrelated. Yeah, so not entirely the best. Anyway, yeah, how do we fix that? The only thing I can think is to, one, use the grid system as an actual grid system about where they are, and then position them better. So instead of the snakes moving and then using the fucking integer, okay, yeah, we can do that. So fn move snake. This actually moves the snake, which I guess is fine. The snake segment here, that makes me go more like here when you do pub struct grid cell, which is like an IVEC2, and derive component. You need to also be deref and deref mute. Right, and then we want to go into the snake and go to the snake segments. The snake segment is going to, so it requires sprite. It's also going to need to require a cell, a grid cell. Did I not make that public? No, wait, okay, I did. Okay, so grid cell doesn't have default, which is, okay, derive component default. Right, so now we have a grid cell. We can modify the snake thing. So this is going to take in direction from grid, like so. And then this is going to be a cell. And this would also be a grid cell. We can just dereference these, I think, into an I32, and then we can just say greater than 0, less than 0, less than 0, greater than 0. So everything's going to be exactly the same, except it's just going to use absolute positions. We're just going to get rid of this test because I can't be bothered rewriting the test Okay, and then we're going to say that you say shape, and then so this is grid cell, grid cell, grid cell, right? Something like that. So you take in the grid cells, and then you say, hey, the difference. All right. So we're going to come down here. We're going to go mpool. You have equal, par equal, clone, and copy, please, just to make it the best thing ever. Then we're going to mpool you. We're going to mpool core ops sub for grid cell, and that's just going to be like fn sub, and it's just going to be self dot 0 minus right hand side dot 0. Just returns type of itself. Something like that. So now subtraction works. So you would then take in, this updates the sprite. Why are we mutating the transform? Question, do we actually ever mutate the transform? Is there a reason? So I guess can I just can I make you a grid cell? Right. So then you would take in shape, and you would just be head.0, head.0, head.0. Oh, because we need the rotation. Yeah. Okay. So like that, and then you would be head dot 3, 2, dot 2. Something like that. So then there you would be tail 2, and then you'd be shape. Something like that, and then 2. So you go to shape, and you go shape takes in grid cells. Why is that incorrect? Did I not make grid cells clone collect? No. I did. Right? When you want to clone and copy, why do I need to dereference you? That's so annoying. Oh, whatever. Right. So, what that's going to translate to, I guess, I'm going to get a snake skin. So something in here, I guess. So, right, equals 0, equals 0. Self dot straight and curved. Then we go, if I run this, everything should probably still just be broken, but actually no, because it's using the grid cells. So they're just all going to be wrong, but they are still like this. The movement still works, but they're all in the exact same grid cell. So I guess the way that this would work is when we go here, instead of updating their transform, we just say that this is their grid cell, and then we just give them the offset. I think it was offset. Right, and then we're just going to change this to an IVEC2 at some point. But anyway, grab the grid cell, paste that one. Actually, they're both the same, yeah? I think so. Yeah, okay, they're right. Cool. So it's grid cell, grid cell. So offset is then x times 5, y times 5, make you an IVEC2, import the grid cell. This is an IVEC2, and this is an IVEC2. These are integers, please. Right. So, that should at least put them all in the right spot, which means they're all going to look correct, at least at the beginning. Then we have to go to the snake and go, okay, snake movement. When we move the snake, we are not going to touch its transform. We are going to grab its grid cell. Right. Which means that instead of moving its translation, we can say that you are the grid position, and then the segment is equal to the position plus this and this, which means that you actually return an IVEC2. Your size is going to be the same. And make you, I guess, an IVEC2. You don't need to extend this anymore. Position 0. What's that? So we need to go to the grid cell, and we need to go, okay, so subtraction, add, okay, and then multiplication. Is saying you can't do that because direction doesn't have an as IVEC2. As IVEC. Right, so pub as IVEC2, and then go n control IVEC2, IVEC2. Right. So something about a grid cell. Okay, so .0. You're updating that. Cannot borrow segments as mutable because it's already borrowed. So we need to like .0 and then go your .0 and go, okay, so your position is this position, multiply by that position and to that position, and then we say, hey, so you can't multiply this, but that's fine because you're actually not a float anymore, you're just a I32. Then you just become 1. Right. So moving snake, screen wrapping does screen wrapping. Except we're going to say something about like maybe map.size. And then we're going to change this to be a grid cell. Then we say if segment.x is greater than size.x. Alright, so we can just do the same thing for both of these. We need to give map a size function. So size, which is just going to take in self and return IVEC2 self dot size. So at this point, I don't think anything's going to work anymore because we aren't doing it, but we need to have grid, then we need to have something like pub, no, it's more like position grid on grid, which is object, which is a query for, I guess we'll call it populated because then it only runs when it's actually got something to do. Populated, calculated, which is going to be commute transform grid cell changed grid cell. Then we say for pos cell in object, we say pos dot translation equals cell dot 0 dot as ivec asvec, I guess, times by dot as vec2 times by unit create snake unit scale dot extend 0. Okay, so add system, put this in update, let's paste this here and go, hey, so that would be grid. Position on grid. Right, position on grid needs to be made public. Fine, make a plugin in here. Plugin, and this is going to be the grid plugin. Like so, and then we go here and we go, okay, app, so app dot init resource map, and also dot add system update position on grid. And then we go here, we go here, and we go add plugin grid plugin. Right. That might be all it needs to work again, because theoretically, we're positioning everything on the grid, we're spawning them in the right location on the grid. When we move them, we actually move their grid location. Fucking da. Now they do appear to go much further off the screen before they wrap back around, but they are actually wrapping back around, which is interesting. So right. So why are they able to go so far? Why is screen wrap? If segment dot x goes greater than the size, not the grid size, why? Probably because the resolution is half of that. Right, which means if I set this to like that. So I think what's happening there is that they are, to make them bigger, I made the screen smaller, but making the screen smaller while giving them the same number of cells means that they actually cook further off of the screen. Yeah, okay. There is definitely a way to do that with the camera, I think. Because it's in here somewhere, because this is where we dump in the resolution by the resolution. But then it, like, surely in the orthographic projection there's something that we can do. So like near far, viewpoint origin, scaling mode. So this is what we're setting a fixed number of pixels per thing. Scale the projection. As scale increases, the apparent size of objects decreases, and vice versa. Hmm. Well, I guess we could just like not multiply by 5. I think that would work. If the grid. So if I just said it was maybe 2, 2, that should make everything bigger. Because it should mean that, yeah, okay. Because effectively I'm saying that the full resolution of the screen is so many pixels. Right. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So as you can see, they're still doing that weird wrapping notion. But that's more to do with the fact that we're half a screen pixel thing out. So for that to work, when we position on grid, we need to say cell as plus vec to 0.5, 0.5. It might be minus. Basically, because the center of the snake is where the grid's position is considered to be, they're okay, so let's move them, I think, too far, because now they're wrapped an extra segment around. Okay. And then we'll fix the reversing heads once we go. So I think it's actually, let's say like minus that. Because again, now we're using the actual grid position to calculate. That means that I can actually offset them whatever I like, whereas before it's like if you offset them, then they may cause issues. I think they work. So as soon as you tick one over, you end up with your head on the other side, but pointing the wrong direction, which is entirely to do with the fact that we aren't correctly correcting for the fact that if they're more than negative, so there is a way around that. So I believe the way around that is to go in our snake segment thing. When we calculate shape, this is in snake skin, right? Down here, when we say from grid, we're saying if the x is greater than 0, they are to your left. But what we can actually say is if the x is greater than 0, we could check to see if your grid is 0, because then I don't need that side of the screen, but that seems terrible. Like you need the actual grid size. There's a so right. If the x is positive, they're to your left, or that's 0, or diff.x is less than -8. Right. I think I'm going to just do the 2 of these, and then we're going to say this one's like diff.x is greater than 8. We'll just see if that works. So what's happening here is that effectively, if they're more than 8 pixels to your left, well, it's not even that. It's like if the difference is greater than 1. Anyway, as you can see, their heads shouldn't be flipping now, because what's happening is I've effectively said if their distance to wrapping around is more than the grid cell, basically. So basically, because I'm going to have to be able to be scaled up to 8 times the size. Basically, if it's too far negative, then it must have wrapped around the screen, because otherwise you obviously can't be. Like, the only thing I can think that like this could cause issues with is when if I add like the ability to teleport through random teleporters, because the random teleporter could technically be in front. It shouldn't matter, like behind. I'm trying to think, like the teleporter would result in it teleporting, and you could have a headpiece that was now behind the piece in front. Anyway, just don't add teleporters, and your problems that won't be a problem. Right. So, I guess we can call that working. And we're gonna be like, hey, we have now concluded that you are, in fact, move to int grid. I need to make one more change before I commit that, because I need to make sure that like or diff dot y is it less than -8, or diff dot y is greater than 8. I'm trying to think, there might be a better, like I'm trying to think if there was a way to be like set this number, but it's effectively saying if you're negative or if it's greater than 8, which there is no overlap of saying like if you're less than 8, because otherwise you're less than 8 but greater than 0 is the same range. Like, it's because it's a range thing, and it's a like if it's greater than if it's too far away, then you must have wrapped, is what's basically happening here. All right, so we'll commit that. Let's be like commit, and then what was something to do? What was it? Make snake move. Okay, that was a very helpful to do, because we did that ages ago. Okay, we want to maybe give the player control. So mod player snake. Or maybe you could just call it controller. Controller. I don't know how to spell that, so I'm just going to leave it like that. Well, it reckons it's double L. So we're going to create controller. So we'll go with plugin first. This is going to be a controller plugin. So the controller plugin is just like the plugin that controls snakes, not as in console controller. Let's see if leaf wing's up to date. Leaf wing input manager. Because I like to use leaf wing because leaf wing is fun. Concerningly, leaf wing doesn't seem to be up to date. Wait, no, there's a leaf wing manager 21, which they just haven't updated their readme. Okay, cool. So we're going to go into our TOML here. I'm going to whack in leaf wing version 21, because leaf wing 21 is going to be the magic source. So we're going to have like a pub struct main snake, right? And then we're going to go derive on maybe. I don't think how to make the snakes move, because we could do an observer and say that you could then target specific snakes with specific so that would work something like fn move, maybe. I don't know how you do this. Snake move. snake observer. And the way that the snake observer works is saying in snake event, which then derives event. Got to keep the like somewhat larger scope of this in mind of being like I could easily just have it read inputs and move the snake, but no. Anyway, so we're gonna go like look, and then direction, which would be snake direction. Right. So something like that, and then we like we're gonna be like you're a derived component that's gonna have an like an on add, so it's gonna be like component on add equals self on add. I don't think that's correct. I don't think it's got the curly braces. It's gonna be like that, and we're gonna go impl main snake add, which takes in a mute world deferred world CTX, which is then a hook context, and then literally all it does is say world.commands.entity CTX dot observe snake observer. Yeah. Sorry, CTX.entity. Right, and then you're going to be on event on make event. So this is an entity event. Oh. No, okay, so it does need to be an entity event. Alright. Honestly, I'm making this too complicated. Let's just clean that up and start again. Well, okay, maybe leave the thing to be like no. Main snake, we're gonna go fn so we need an enum snake actions, right, which is then going to be move direction, like so. Then we're going to say fn apply action right, which is going to be query. I'm trying to remember how to do this. A while since I used leaf wing, and I'm trying to make it somewhat dynamic to have multiple snakes be controllable, but also like, you know. So, you know, wait, this isn't even the right spot, bro. This goes up here. So, snakes is then query, and then we're gonna need action. Leaf wing input manager. It's something like input control kind action like action prelude. It's like action state. Right, so go up here, use leafling input manager prelude. Like so. We need this to be like app.add plugin leafling input manager. Input manager plugin. Snake action default. Something like that. So it's saying that you're not action like derive, action like. Apparently it needs to be reflect. Okay. Reflect. You need to be clone, copy, and debug. Okay. Clone, copy, debug. Nope, not enough. But no, I said debug, please. Debug. Debug. Direction. Okay, the direction is not reflect now. Fuck you. Reflect. Okay, now what do you need? You need a hash apparently as well. A hash. Which direction is not going to have, so you need equal, equal, and hash. Thank you. Your hash, and then equal and equal. And then you don't implement debug. Okay, well, enough. Debug. Okay. So then we would say action state, snake action. We probably need mute direction. Something like that. Well, maybe one. Like that, maybe. Okay, so scale up and scale down are also going to be two actions that we're allowed to request. So we're going to go for snake for direction. Okay, first off, let's reverse this around because I like to have my like input thing first and then like everything else after. Snake, snake size. Why can I not find this? It's not in the. Okay. So snakes 9. Right, so we're gonna have input direction size in snakes. Okay. So we're gonna say for action in input dot get just pressed. Honestly, it's get just pressed. And then we want to say something like action match action. So we're going to say scale up. We just want to say size dot up. And then scale down is just going to be size dot down. Snake action move direction. Is going to equal. You have to do some fancy logic on this bullshit because otherwise, anyway. Technically, this still lets you. This will let you double back on yourself because it doesn't do any kind of logic to check to make sure that the action that you input is actually a valid input. But yeah, who cares? So let's go to snake size and let's just implement up and down. So then up x in self. I guess immutable reference to self. Mute self like so. And then just says match self. Then you'd be snake size x2. I guess this does nothing. Right, and then each of these would be self equals. And then you'd be 4 and you'd be 8. Right, and make it public. Let's paste that. Down, and then down does exactly the same thing, except that I'm gonna make you 1. You're now 4. You're 8. I guess you'd be 2, and then we just make this become 1, and then we just reorder them so that they're back in correct order. So 1 does nothing, 2 goes down to 1, 4 goes to 2, and 8 down to 4. Right, so that apparently we haven't made you mutable. Made you mutable either. Right. So apply action goes in here. So we're going to say app.add system apply action. So then we can go update. Right. So we can apply all the actions always constantly. We got to go back to main and add the controller. So app.add plugin controller controller plugin, like so. So one of these snakes is the player snake. So I'm just gonna like copy the exact logic for doing a snake. And I'm just gonna paste it up here. And you're okay. So its grid position is going to be 0, 0. So dot, no comma, 0, 0. Then when we spawn you in, I think it's this snake up here. We should probably say this bit, it should be more like you pick skin 1 or you pick skin 2, and then we say that snake equal new snake. Right, and then you would be the controller main snake. Not controller. How did I pull that up? Main snake. Something like that. Right. So that should spawn in all the snakes, and it'll also spawn in this snake. I don't know. Right. So we are going to need to make sure that we attach some kind of logic, I guess, to I'd like it to not clear the actions every frame. That would be good. Anyway, we want to go to controller. So at the moment, the main snake doesn't really do anything. Except flag a snake as being the main snake. So I'm thinking what we want to do is maybe go something like fn. So this happens in update. We want to go apply flag is update main snake. Right, which is going to take in something like main, which is going to be a res action state snake action, and then mute snake, which is going to be a single mute action state snake action, and then we say main dot snake dot apply. Oh, wait, they had to change this, didn't they? Well, they would have had to have changed this. So is there a... Let's pop into their like prelude. I don't remember how they... Because it used to be that you could have one as a resource and one as everything else, but apparently not. Action like input manager 30 type tag user input. There's an input map, action state, flash strategy. Maybe they removed the ability to have like a global one. Maybe they haven't documented on here. There was definitely a way you could do it where you could have like an action state that was on like resource level. Apparently not. Okay, so I guess the way around that would be to say be all like impl derive on I know the drive it's component. Right. On add equals self on add. Right. And then we go import main snake. And then we go world the deferred world CTX is hook context, and then we just say world dot insert commands dot entity CTX entity dot insert input map no, and then you're implement into it, and then we just need to say snake action move direction up. Okay, that's definitely fucking easy to be like let mute map equals input map new. We'll call it default then. And then we come here and we just say get rid of all that insert map. Then we're going to say map dot insert. So the action is going to be naked direction move direction down, and that will be key code S, key S. Right. Do 4 of those. Say open up key code W, key code left, which is, and then right, which is then key A and B. We insert the map, and we're going to say map.insert snake action scale up, which is then going to be page key code page up map.insert snake scale down, which is then key code scale page down. Ta-da! Right. So then we also want like an on remove, like fn on remove. No, I'm just gonna have the same fucking signature. And then it's gonna say world.commands.entity ctx.entity.remove input map snake actions, something like that. Then we just need you to have the on remove equals on self on remove. Okay, so when you add main snake, it keybinds that snake to using the key binding, and then when you remove main snake, you rip the key bindings off. Sure. And then apply action should happen where every frame where we apply set actions. Now we could work out here if we want to actually change the snake's direction and stuff like that. We could like theoretically bring in the snake, work out if it's like which direction the snake is moving and that thing, kind of thing, to be like, are you allowed to reverse direction? But I don't know if that's worth the effort. I mean, we need to probably just check to see if it even works. It's going to compile a bunch of extra shit to make everything work, which is all good by me. So the main trick with how this works, at least as I understand it, because I don't actually know if Leafwing clears every frame. Probably does, to be honest. Defaults to client server. Creates a version of the plugin intended to run on the server. Inputs will not be processed. Instead, action. Okay. Anyway, so when this calls build, we say self match self machine client. Add system to pre-update tick active state dot inset tick active state clear control input store. Yeah, so that does happen. An annoying, because that does mean they're clearing it. Because I was thinking, what one thing you could do is if I don't provide the input state thing, like mapping, and if it wasn't clearing it every frame, I could do some level of like, I can queue up the input and then only take the most valid input, I guess. So this would let you double back on yourself because there's no No logic about which way the snake is currently heading to whether you're allowed to override the direction that the snake is currently moving. I think I'm going to do that by taking in the current snake, getting its head, working out the direction that the head is currently facing, because that will tell you the direction that's behind the snake, and then say that like you can't set the direction to that direction, which effectively just says you can't 180 the snake, but it doesn't actually stop you from. Now, annoyingly, I don't think that's as straightforward as I'm making it sound, because we will have to do things like actually take in the snake's direction. We'll have to like query and get all the fucking bits and pieces of the snake. Not the most straightforward fucking thing in the world. It makes me feel like I should maybe just move this into being its own self-contained piece of logic. And then each segment of the snake could maybe. And then in here we could really simplify this logic of, instead of saying, because you request the shape by parsing in the direction, the position, the grid of each snake piece. So what I'm thinking is that maybe we contain on each of the segments the next and previous segment. Instead of being entities in a relationship like I was doing before, it's just left. It's just a direction. And then with that direction, because I do like it being updated, but like, anyway, so. Anyway, I can move this snake now. This is the me snake. Alright. I don't think paging up. Oh, well, it does something, because it obviously changes. It changes something, because when I go off of the screen, I don't immediately come back. So if I page down to the minimum size, why do I not come back? What? Maybe I am coming back. Maybe it's the other snakes. Like, I don't know where my snake's gone. He's very, very much gone. Okay. I don't know where he went. He's somewhere though. Enjoying his life, I assume. Okay, so my thinking, right, is that we could instead of doing this weird ass, like, every single time we redraw the snake we find the connections, we could instead do something like right. Was anything using those? Apparently you were, but I don't think you were actually using those. So I'm going to say get rid of the whole snake segment thing, because again, we're using the relationship version of the snake now, which means that you don't actually require that. So I want to say like pub struct segment connection. Right, which is going to have in into, which is going to be like a direction, and out of, which is also a direction. Right, so the snake segment thing is going to be like pub update seg. Why is this update connection? Right, so update connection does this, does this, does this. So it's going to need access to the snakes, the segments. It's going to take in the grids, but it's going to need none of this. And then it's going to, I guess, mute segment connection. Right, so you're going to go like for snake in snakes. Apparently this isn't a component, that's fine. Derive component. These, I guess, need to be optioned, don't they? They only need to be option directions because, like, technically the head doesn't go into anything and doesn't, and the tail doesn't come out of anything. And I'd rather have this be able to be derived default, and then say that it's required on the snake segment is to have segment connection, like so. So then we go snake and we go, okay, so if let if let okay head, okay, so do this. So segment head, then you get the head, otherwise we can continue. And then we say let head shape is shape. So I think shape is the one that does the weird. So it's a different direction, I think, but So how does that work? So we need to be like not import direction. It's let in, well, at least let head equal direction. No, it's a different direction. It's super. I don't even know where the direction fucking is located. It's in snakeskin, right? It's very weird. Right, so from grid is not public, which is annoying. From grid, right, and then it was the head dot 0 and then next dot 0, and that will give me the direction of the head. And annoyingly, because they're fucking references. Direction EQ. So can we get rid of this direction? We're going to cut this direction. I'm going to go, where do we have our other direction? This direction. We're going to go here and go, hey, we import you somewhere. And we said, hey, you have this ability. Right, get rid of that. We say from grid, and this is going to return an option direction, like so, and then this would be none, and then each of these is dot sum. Right. So then you would just be direction from grid. And then we say, no, right. I guess we would just say head dot one equals head dot one dot out of. I think that's how that works. We'll go down here and go, okay. So you said that the head shape is head next. Okay. And then when we come down here, this is really annoying. We define like every instance of this and replace it with an instance of sum. Oh, sorry. Every instance of direction is replaced with an instance of. Every instance of this is replaced with an instance of sum. Oh shit! I just replaced all the downs with down, all the ups with downs. Up. Replace all the lefts with lefts. Replace all the rights with rights. Then replace all of these with none. Okay, so that should make it like exactly the same. Okay, anyway, move back to here. So we said let head shape equals shape, so head next, and when you're in here you said next current, and then you say current to the middle number, which is head, and then next previous. Right, so that should mean that its head goes into the first slot, head goes into the current slot. Okay, so that our head.out is equal to this. Then we should be able to copy this again and then paste it and then say tail, and then we say segment. When I call tail, and then you would say head and next, and then I guess you would set into. If I go up to here and I say that you are reflect, you already reflect, that's good, that's good. So we're gonna go up to segment, go up to where our snake plugin is, and go update connection chain. I'd like to app.register type segment connection, something like that, because then I should be able to read it in the editor. Okay, so we go, hey, head connects into, tail connects out of, and then we need to iterate through everything else. Right, so this is everything else, which is to say, so this dot one dot into is equal to direction from grid head dot 0 well, actually no, that would be this dot 0, and then the other is head dot 0, and then out of, which would be this dot 0, and then prev dot 0, and I guess this is next dot 0. And then again, we have to like dereference all of these. Right. So when this runs, it should then, I guess, effectively update all of the things so that the head should say that it's one way, and then the body should say it's another way, and then I can pause it, have a look, tweak it. Alright, so this snake is my snake. Right now. If I pop this over, I should probably fucking identify one of these snakes. It's a little bit annoying that all the snakes end up that way. Anyway, so we're gonna go. The snake that I called main snake is also gonna have a name. New player. Right. So like that, we have our player snake. Right. So let's go like that. So now if I find my console, whatever I did with that, it annoys me that it randomly picks which screen it's going to work on. But anyway, so main, no, snake. Oh, it's very arbitrary, isn't it? What did so it's called player, but also it's the snake, which is annoying because first off, this snake is not reflect, I don't think. No, it's not. So we have to make you reflect, and then we have to go here and be all like app.register. Let's do this, register type, and say snake. No, this is snake. Snake. Right there. Snake is private? No, it's not. Oh, what? No, just a snake. Different snake. What? I'm very confused, but anyway. So we have snake segment and then snake, and that should let me be able to view the snake segments without having to deal with the fact that, like, alright, so head up, head across. Oh, you got a different snake this time. So just so you guys can see, oh no, apparently that's not an option. I didn't let it click through, that's why it does that. Alright, this is a pain in the ass. This one, please. So apparently I can't do that because the always on top means that it will get in the way. But anyway, I look for player. And then we go, okay, so player direction. So the player is apparently currently moving left. Okay, we are in fact actually moving to left. Right, now the player is moving to the right. Okay, cool. So then we have the snake, and the snake is made up of 5 segments. And the first segment of the snake has a snake segment connections. So it is some right and some left. Interesting. I'm going to maybe tweak its color so that I know which segment it's fucking talking about. Actually, I just look at the sprite. So this segment here, this is the head. Okay, very much incorrect. It says that some segment right, some segment left. It thinks that it is both connected in 2 directions, which is very much incorrect. It doesn't even make sense because of the way that the code works. Except, I guess we never set it back to none, so I guess that does make sense. I guess now that we've actually got something we can see, we can go back to setting the camera thing to not having any clear color whatsoever. So your clear color can just be none, and your hit test is none, which means I should be able to click through it because I still have the other monitor to be able to close it. Anyway. Go back to segment. So we need to make sure that we say that head 0 dot out, in 1 dot into equals none. Otherwise, I think what's ending up happening is because we're cycling through the pieces, head dot 1 dot out of equals none. We're not resetting them back to 0, so when the head piece becomes a head again, it still has the previous direction saved into it of like what it was when it was the previous segment. So now I should be able to move this in here and still be able to interact with it. But like, where'd it go? There it is. So we go here and we go player. We have the player, and then we go the snake and the player. It's a little bit hard to navigate snakes. We go, okay, this sprite, this is the head. We go red. Okay, so you are into none and you are out of left. Yes, because that is correct. What about the tail? I guess we do rearrange it, so the head's always going to be the first segment. It's that the actual segment pieces themselves are changing. That's cool. So you should then, in theory, if I've got this correctly, you should say, was it? It's segment connections. You should say, well, first if you're the tail. Did I fuck this up? Why does it say connection? You're the sprite, the tail sprite. I don't know what's going on with the rest of it, but anyway. Okay, so you were incorrect because you say some right, some left, which would mean that you're a straight piece. But you're very clearly not a straight piece, and you are that piece, which means that something is wrong getting the head segment here, which is probably just that I called head. No, it means that it's that I need to say mute here and say next, probably head next. So it just means that we're overriding the wrong one. So I'm gonna go, I guess, up, around, back. Yeah. Move it back in here and go, okay. So our tail, so we say player, we go here, we go, hey, your snake, and then your snake, the final segment of your snake. Yep. Color it nicely. That's red. Okay. So your segment connections say into some down, which is not correct. You are into some up. You're out of none. So that means that, first off, if I said, so we have to wait for the red segment to become the last segment, because that's then the piece I'm looking at, if I have this correct, maybe. So then you're into some left. It's incorrect. You're into some right. So we just need to flip the direction. So it's next, and then, oh, wrong one. So it's next, and then head. So that should fix you to then point to the right direction. I believe, at least. Let's go. All right. Again, bring this over here. Bring this over here. Say player. Go to snake, go to the last segment, go connections. So you connect to the right. This section, we grab your sprite, I guess. Grab a sprite and make it red. Okay, so you're connecting to the rest of the world to your, so you go into the right piece. Because that is correct. Now we just need to go like one segment higher up the list. So maybe this segment. I'm curious. It's staying on 3. Oh, that's it. That's cool because it means it's actually changing specifically what like because this entity is changing. So you go into the right and you out of the left. And then if I flip you round, you're into the left, out of the right. Also, how does it? That just says right, which I feel like is an incorrect thing, but it must mean it's like overlapping itself. Oh no, it's because yeah, I'm allowed to change directions without yeah, okay, that's fun. Anyway, so that means that the segment code is correct, which means when we can simplify the drawing code, hopefully. So I guess we'll commit this and say track per segment connection. Right. Which means we get to clean this code up because instead of, so we need access to this, but we just need to say segment connection, right? And instead of doing this monstrosity, we just say I guess each snake because we need to get. Well, it's not even that, is it? One of those. All right. Then we go for. I guess it is. It's snake connection. Mute sprite. Mute transform in segments, right? Then we say let snake equal snakes.get snake dot skin else continue. My OBS just told me it's disconnected, so I'm going to quickly check. I have to restart my router, I think, because now my fucking OBS styling, when it does that, once it drops once, it seems to always continue dropping unless I restart my router, because it just for some reason just gets stuck in a fucking loop of not being able to reconnect properly. So the stream's going to drop again for a second while I restart. Alright, it says it's reconnected, so hopefully it doesn't drop like 1,000,000 frames. It's still dropping some. According to this, it's dropping 80%, which is, you know, a lot, but it does do that occasionally when it starts up, but apparently it's not. Come on, just go back to working, please. Okay. Anyway, so all I've done while the stream was restarting, and hopefully it fucking recovers on its own, because I've done everything I can. See if reconnecting OBS works. Maybe that's the problem. Hey, okay, we're not dropping frames. Yeah. So while the stream was gone, all I did was just get the skin out of. So what we do is we fetch the snake and we go, okay, so this is the snake that's associated with this segment, so we grab that out, and then we go, this is the skin on that snake, so we get that out of the assets, and then we go, hey, this skin, call this shape. We're going to modify this, so this is going to take in what amounts to connection dot into connection dot out of. No, I think it's gonna be out of, because that should be the head, and then into. No, into. I actually don't remember what order they have to be in, but anyway, out of. For the head, okay, the head goes into nothing, right? So out of. Okay, this one's into. Right, so we're going to modify our shape, because the shape returns effectively how we have to modify the thing. And then we say something like shape.apply, and then we pass in, mute transform and mute sprite. Right, so the only thing we need to change now is just to modify our shape thing here. So instead of taking in the 3 coordinates, it needs to take in into, which is a option direction, and out, and then out of, which is also, so if isn't used. So if you're the head, that means you go is some, and out of is none, then self.head. Tail is if out of is some, and into is none. Oh, I guess you can just be shape. It's just shape. Default. Right. And then instead of doing that, we match into out of, like that. And then that just does the same thing that it was doing before. And then we can go get rid of all this. And then we just go shape dot image equals self dot straight. This is also straight. That's a corner, that's a corner, that's a corner. So I guess we'll copy straight here. Okay, this is a straight. This is a straight. These are all very broken things, but anyway. So none sum, which is the head. Self head. What? No. Self dot head. Okay. Yep. And then this is all tail. So tail. Just tail. Okay. So then the rest of these are all curved, I guess. So you're the curve. So what this should look like when we run this is exactly the same as it did before. I may have flipped the straight and curved stuff. But anyway, let me just, that's curved. This one's curved. This one's curved. Right. And these ones are broken. Okay, these should probably return shape dot image dot equals, I guess, self dot head, because it's effectively they're broken. You shouldn't ever be able to say that both pieces are down. because that would imply that the snake is broken. Right, so, oops. As we can very clearly see, we are very much moving the snake backwards. Now, into up. I guess we go to the tails and we say, okay, so the head means out of left, which makes sense to me. But what did I call? So when I passed this in, we said, yes, connection, sorry, into and out of. And then we restart the code. We go, okay, that should work, because that should result in just flipping the order. It was literally just drawing the snake but backwards, which is fun, but like not what we wanted. Dun 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 dun. So as you can see, we can get two-headed snakes when we double back on ourselves. It says, hey, that's an invalid shape. Right. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. So next, I guess, is to, if we disable the snake's movement again, we need to tweak the snake stuff so that the snakes actually get done correctly. So I'm pretty sure the we can probably do it without. You should probably want to first off maybe make it. So we should probably go assets and like, wow, okay. Let's commit this. What did we actually change? So update sprite based on connections. And it's just going to make the logic a little easier to go here. All right, so we're going to go assets. We're going to say new folder snakes. And then we're going to go new folder white dot snake. Okay. Let's go like somewhere in here. Where's our main? In here. So I'll just copy this. I'm just going to make a very lazy asset loader. Very lazy asset loader. So we go snake, mod snake skin. We have the snake skin asset. Then we go pub. No. So struct snake skin loader. Then we import asset loader for snakeskin loader. Extensions is snake. Snake. Reference to snake. There we go. And then fn load. Load snake, which is going to take in a stir. Something like that. And then this is going to return a result it's either going to return a snakeskin or it's going to return. I could just do it all in here. It's no fucking gonna be like, yes, you return an async. Okay, happy, cool. You don't like the typing stuff. They're gonna say type asset. Asset is snakeskin. Your settings is type settings is nothing, and type error is that's the string. Right, a static string. Right. So you don't like that because snakeskin loader doesn't implement type path. Yeah, okay, fuck you. Derive reflect. Right. So then you're just going to say something like okay. Snakeskin head, tail, straight curve. Yeah. Right, so that'll work. Cool. So we're gonna say data equal reader.read read to string. Yeah, you need a fucking buffer. So data equals string new. Right. We're gonna say we don't care what your result is then. Data. I guess actually we should re-unwrap you. Await to unwrap, because it's better to crash the loader than to silently fail. And then have me be really annoyed when it doesn't work. Then we're gonna say let new skin equals. Right, so we make a default snakeskin, and then we say for line in data. We're gonna say let field path equals line dot split. Sorry, data dot lines. And it's like lines dot split once. Okay, so it's like let sum line split once dot else continue. I need to do this match field like that. So the field is head. Something like that, because I'm lazy. Right. So you can type it all sorts of different ways, and then we say skin dot head equals skin dot head equals load context dot load load. So calling load here retrieves a handle for the asset, the given path, and adds that buffer as a dependency to this asset. Okay, cool. So then we just pass in path. So it's split once at colon. Lovely. So then the head, and then it's tail. Same thing, tail. Then it's straight. Okay, so straight does that. And curve. And then curve is going to do that. Then it's a curve, right, tail, and then we just return snake. Excuse me. Oh, you're saying if it's a wildcard. Yeah, sure. Wildcard does nothing. Data does not live long enough, cannot borrow. Okay, so dot to string. Okay, so that should be a very straightforward, very lazy asset loader. So we should then be able to come up to here, say app.init asset loader snake skin loader. I'm just gonna go rename it and make it public. Oh, sorry, I have to F2 that, don't I? Like so, it then needs default because what it does. So that should be the skin loader, which means that we can then come back to main here, and then when we go here, instead of having to do this bullshit, which we are like, so I'm thinking we do something like skins equals, so we can have this one. Right, so we're gonna load that one, and then we're gonna load that one, and then we're gonna say asset server dot load, and then we're just gonna load. What's the next snake on the list of snakes to be snaked? 17. So red, I guess, is what that snake is called. Red. So we would have to load snakes /red dot snake. No, these are commas, not semicolons. That's probably what it's yelling at me for. So I'm going to force those to load properly. Then we're going to come down here and we're going to say, hey, so when you see the snake skin, we're going to say skins dot sample. No. What? How do we grab just one of these? That choose, and then it's rand RNG. Sure. So we do that. So that chooses us our skin, and then we're going to say dot unwrap, because you know there's never not going to be a snake skin. And then we have to like dot clone it because reference. Alright. Then you do the same thing here, where we're going to say, hey, instead of just arbitrarily picking the skin, can you paste that in? Can you copy this logic here? Paste that. No, this has to go inside. Let's go here. We have the snake. Don't name the snake, and it's not the main player snake. But it does have the snake skin. So it's probably going to yell at me saying that I don't have the red snake as a thing. But we can also come in here and say features file watcher. So we're going to get this running immediately because the file watcher is going to need a whole bunch of shit to be recompiled. But in theory, if we now make a new file called red.snake And I guess we just make it a copy of this snake, paste it in here. So that's going to give us an extra snake. But we're going to go over to here and go, the red snake is 16, 17, 18, and 27. 16, 17. 16, 17, 16, 17, and 27. 16, 17, 20, no, 18, 27, 20, 27. So curve straight head, curve straight head tail. Okay. So 32, 33, 34, 47. So we can call you snake yellow, I guess. So maybe just copy, okay. Just rename your red. No, yellow, sorry, yellow. Your yellow snake. So you were 30, 32? No, 32. We should reorder these then. 33, 33, 33, 34, and 47. Lovely. Still compiling. All right, I guess we move on to the next snake then. So now they're in the correct order that I can just like go off of that. 47. So then it's blue snake, which is 48, 49, 50, 63. All right. So we go. Where's our list of snakes? Snakes. So we have yellow snake. Copy yellow snake. So this would be. This is blue snake. So blue snake was. I guess we can do it again. Let me rename. This was silver. Right. So we have blue snake. So. So what is 47? 48. 48. So we'll go back to blue snake. Reopen this and go, okay. So 48, 49, 50, 48, 49, 50, and then 63. Right. So that is blue snake. I think is actually correct. Well, no, yeah, no, silver snake, snake. So then silver snake, so 50. So then it's 63. All right. Blue snake. Okay. So 64. Silver snake. 64. 65. 66 and 79. Okay. Something tells me there's a pattern here. All right. So it did tell me that it couldn't find something assets. Oh, yeah, okay. So we need to trim it because I've left a little space there. So that's fine. So we're gonna go back to our snake skins and we're gonna go, hey, when you do this, can you dot trim? You wouldn't mind. Dot trim. Dot trim. Dot trim. Okay. So that should take nowhere near as long because it doesn't need to recompile the hot reloading. And then while that's recompiling, we can go back to our main and we can say, please add a handful more snakes that can be picked. So we can be blue, we can be yellow, or we can be silver. Thank you. So we can be a red snake, a blue snake, a yellow snake, or a silver snake. It doesn't like that for some reason. So it couldn't find the path. Battle snakes. That's where the other stuff's loaded from. Battle snakes. Snake. Assets. Battle snakes. Snakes. 32 by 32 underscore split. $17.20. Why? This path exists. This is a real path. Like if I reveal an explorer and paste this path in. Wait, you can't find that path. Okay, apparently the path doesn't exist. Wait, but why doesn't this path exist? Where does this path stop existing? So projects, Snake 0.19 assets. Is it because it changes style? I don't think so. If I change this to slashing the other direction. No. So this exists. It's something about the word snake15.png. Oh, because I've typed in the word 17, but 17 doesn't exist. They're missing the zeros. It's only 2 sets of zeros, right? Yeah, okay, 3 digit. Hey, look, red snake's turned up. The white snake's correct. The yellow snake. Blue snake? Blue snake. There's blue snake. Now, there's a very clear pattern in the snakes, which is that they're order, jump. And it jumps by, is it 13 every time? 18. No, that one jumped by 9. Yeah. Okay. Man, look at all these snakes. I wonder what snake we got. I don't actually. Oh, wait, I'm gonna click on the game. There we go. Oh, I'm a silver snake. It's very weird that we can get a double-headed snake. Right, yeah. See, because the beauty of that is we can actually very easily, without using our connection logic, work out what we can. Okay, so let me just commit this and say added snake asset. Right. Now I am curious because I've done snake before, and I think I did all of the snakes when I did snake before. So we go to projects and we go snake assets snakes. No, I only made so many snakes. Just what does this look like though? Open with Notepad just once. Oh, that seems like a pretty convenient bunch of snakes to steal. Mostly because, like, they're not going to be the same. Oh, why did I not copy all of them? Excuse me, can you, like, bring all the snakes over? So first off, arrow. I guess that's a fine naming scheme. Honestly, it's going to be easier to reformat these to fit my current formatting than it would be to See, because that's all it takes. Blue snake. Okay. So what we have to do is, first off, we have to cut this, maybe. Well, honestly, I'm going to leave the second snake in here because, again, it's one of those. It's pretty easy to reformat on top, and because of the way my code works, it's very lazy. I can effectively ignore a whole bunch of stuff. Right, so doing that should result in that snake getting found. This snake, if it gets found, it'll overwrite the other snake. But I just want these here for, like, this is the second frame of an animated snake, is why there's two snakes in the same file, is because there is very much an animated, some of the snakes are animated and they have two frames. And so it's very much that it's finding a second frame of animation from when I was doing animated ones in my previous project, which I might add them back. Oh. But I definitely feel like I want to leave it because fucking it's a pain in the ass to find the IDs. But also, I don't want to have to actually add animated snakes. Right. So, I mean, theoretically, we could just leave everything up at the body because it doesn't actually matter at all. Like, any line that doesn't have a valid identifier just gets ignored, which is always fun. Okay, and then so on here, backspace, control, forward, back, and back. The yellow spotted snake. Oh, there's this spotted white snake. Sure. Right. So we have a bunch more snake types now. Now, I'm not entirely sure how this works, but theoretically, we can, like, load the folder and then pick snakes from the folder. Maybe. Not entirely sure how that works. Or I do know, but it's just not the most convenient of things. Like, literally, it's probably easier for me to write a little script that reads the folder myself and then, like, loads them all than it is to... Whatever, we'll make them all. I should have probably left the ID at the top there. Well, actually, snakes, and this is going to be like a handle to a loaded folder, and then we go like derive resource import from world for snakes from world, and we like world.get resource asset server dot load folder snakes well, I guess you just return snakes. Right. Cool. Then we come up here and we just like app.init resource snakes. It's so lazy. I love it. So we come down here. No, wait, it's in main. Now, I'm not entirely sure how long these shouldn't take long to load, but neither is it going to take long for the app to initialize. But what I'm kind of laughing at is I'm going, can I go like snake, like can I go like skins and be like res assets snake. Skin, something like that, right? Which I'm not entirely sure how it went. Can I say like let skins equal skins.iter? So this skins has to go for like 2 seconds while I .ids. Header dot collect into a vector. This gives me the asset ID and an asset, but I don't know handles. Dot oh, sorry, iter dot map and then it's like I underscore comma underscore and then we just return I. Anyway. Okay, so this isn't a vector of asset IDs. And then when we come down here, once we've chosen one, we say let snake equal as if it get get handler. I don't know if you can do it, but anyway, snake dot unwrap. I don't know if this is gonna work. Anyway. Get handle from asset. This only returns some if the ID is derived from a handle that would was loaded through the asset server. Otherwise, it returns none. Oh. Yeah. Cool. Lovely. I don't know if this is going to work because I don't know if the snakes are going to finish loading before it. Like, the inserting the resource will queue the folder to load, but I don't know if that's going to reserve the handles in a way that I can access them. The answer is no. Oh, great. Okay, so you can't do it through the asset server, but can we do it through assets? Probably not. Skin. Fine. Skin assets. So do the same thing all with the skin assets instead. skin assets dot get handle. Get strong handle asset ID. Cannot borrow. Yeah, I guess it needs to be mutable. Great. I still don't think this is going to work, because what it was saying is, oh, you can't do that because we didn't get it through the provider, but also maybe it crashed when it tried to pick one, but I never actually checked where it crashed, because if it crashed on the unwrap, then it's saying that it didn't actually have any to pick from anyway. Yeah, okay, so it's just saying that it's none are loaded. Cool. Fine. We can be like, when's this spawn test snakes dot run if resource added. And the resource is the snake, all snakes, oh man, snake skins. I guess, I don't know. Snake skins. Ooh. But this is snake skins. Obstruct snake skins, which is the only one for like a hash map, maybe. Fuck it, for now I can't be bothered. It's a vector of handles to snakeskin. Well, maybe we should make it a hash set. Hash set. So it's a snake skin. Sorry, not snake size. That would be dumb. Then we can go 11. You need to wait. With the tech load. I guess it's res res assets loaded folder skins, which is snake skins, snakes. Let me say if let some, you need commands, don't you? You need commands, something like that. So if let some folder equals folders dot get skins dot 0 else continue continue okay, so we say folders get this else no, continue return return. Okay, so we have our folder, and then we can say commands dot remove resource skins. Snakes. And then I guess we just call this populated. Or maybe even single. I think this might be the first time I'm ever relying on resources are now components, is I'm saying single skins, because it means that I don't have to fucking do any kind of logic to be like, oh, if and only if the resource exists, you can run this. It's like, no, if there's exactly one of them, which is a resource exists, then you can do this, otherwise don't do this. Which is to say, commands remove resource, and then we say commands.insert resource. This is going to be snake skins, which is then going to be skins, which is then just a hash. Is folder dot handles dot iter dot map h dot typed dot collect. Right, let me do that. Yep. There we go. Snake skins is not a resource. Yep, fuck you, derive snake skin, derive resource on you. Right, so h.clone typed. Okay, so make you public. The way this logic should work is that this should detect load, which is just going to happen in like app dot add systems. So detect load. The way the detect load works is it will wait. It'll run if snakes exists, and snakes is just like a handle to the folder that I've told it to load. So when the game starts up, it requests that this folder be loaded, and then every frame it'll check if it's still waiting for the folder to be loaded. And it does that by effectively going, hey, is the folder still do I still have an active handle to it? And then it goes, okay. And then is the file, it should exist. And it's like, okay, no, and returns. And then it goes, okay, so now folder has finished loading. It says, okay, remove the snakes resource, which means that you won't keep checking because you've said, no, the handle's no longer valid. And then we insert a new resource, which is snake skins, which is just the handle. We grab all the loaded handles, we type them, which means we just say that they are actually snake skins, and then so you can do some kind of logic to check what type they were. I don't know how that works. But in theory, it should fail if somehow you loaded something that wasn't a snake skin. But anyway, then we pass all the snake skins into this folder, and we just collect them into a hash set. And I'm collecting into a hash set. I don't know why. Because there should only ever be one of each handle. I think the idea would be that you could use a hash map, but it's between handles, but then that seems a bit redundant. But anyway, then back in main, when we say spawn the test snake, spawning the test snake says that it will run, I guess update. So spawning the test snake will run on the condition that the resource was added, which was the snake skins. So basically, once the snakes have been loaded, so skins is then going to be res snake skins, like so. And the way that works is let snake skins. So you're going to say skins. We don't care about making the skins now. The way it was working before is we were effectively loading all the skins. But anyway, so now we're going to say skins.choose. So I guess it's skins.skins.choose, because of course fucking. All right, fuck you. We're turning it back into a vector. I am not dealing with having to deal. Fuck off. You're just a vector, my dude. Back. Thank you. Is this saying that you can't use RNG to choose from a hash map? Which, I mean, fuck, of course, makes sense. Technically, it could, because you could say the length and then you could iterate, but it seems very. Anyway. So then we don't have to worry about getting this strong handle. We can just go back to cloning the handle here. That's how we get our snake skin. And then we just do the same thing again down here to get the snake skin. And then, okay, and then this will only theoretically spawn a whole bunch of snakes once, because only one time can a resource be added. Well, unless I removed and re-added the resource, but like at that point, I'm asking for trouble. But yeah, so instead of running on startup, it'll run when the resource gets inserted, and the resource gets inserted only when everything's finished loading. So now there are like hundreds of snakes. Well, hundreds is hundreds is an exaggeration. Okay. Now the other thing, like I really want to do, like the big thing that's supposed to make this snake like fucking like what I was actually doing with it is that I want it so that when people type in chat, it does stuff, but that requires all sorts of auth stuff that I have to fucking deal with. Okay, now we work on that then. I better alt F for it. So maybe under controller. It's going to require like a secondary plugin piece of application as well, which is going to be really annoying. So I mean, we'll probably make work on that then. So we're going to say, like up the top here, we need a new folder, which is going to be exam folders, because I'm lazy. And this is going to be server.rs. So technically this is where the OAuth is all going to happen, because socket equals std net. No, it helps you spell that right. Std net TCP listener bind 192.1. No wait, what was localhost? I don't remember what localhost is. Local host. Don't connect to localhost 9000. What is localhost? It's like 1.0. Okay, right. 127.0.0.1. And then the port can be 8080 because then boobs. Boobs. Sure. Okay, and then we're gonna say for connection in socket dot incoming let new let stream equal connection match connection s e different line failed connection e brain. Wow. Actually, I guess what we should actually do is this and say connection match connection, and then be like fn handle connection. Maybe. It actually seems like a terrible way of doing it, but anyway. This is a TCP stream. Like that. Then use handle connection. Alright. I guess we just loop. And then you're just gonna be like red sleep duration std core time duration from like that. And then we just want to say like connection dot send dot write. Well, I guess we just write, and we're just gonna say can we like write format? Let hello 0 string. I don't exactly know what I'm trying to fucking do, but anyway, we're gonna write. I'm gonna say data dot write format args hello right, and then we're gonna say let I equal 0 I, and it's gonna be something like I plus equals 1. Can we do that in there? And it's gonna say can we write data or a reference to data? Not as bytes use std io write. No. Yes. Okay, cool. And then we say like if connection dot can no dot read connection dot flush. I don't know how to tell if the connection's still alive. Connection dot is write vectored. Happens if write as a write vectoring implementation. If a write does not overwrite the default version, no, I don't care. It's read timeout. Couldn't connect to the server. Rust TCP stream still I don't actually know how to do it. So active connection, graceful close, peak returns. Right. So when you get to here, we're going to say if connection dot peak So it's like if let sum okay 0. He's connected. Alright. So then we have to like mute peak. Right, sorry, the mute goes there. Sorry. Peak with 0. I guess we match this. And we have to say, I guess we'll do that right at the beginning. Okay, boop, 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 boop. And then you go, okay, so if it's okay, 0, break. I guess it's more like if it's let okay equal. No. So if it's 0, we want to break. It's okay underscore. We want to do nothing. If it's error ref e if e dot kind equals stdio error kind would block, do nothing, do nothing, and then error anything else, break. I guess you just return, don't you? So I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing here, but from what I can understand, I'm trying to see if it's going to return anything. And basically, we're asking to read for a single byte. And if it returns 0, it means that the connection is done. And then it said, hey, I read 0 bytes. Otherwise, it would return 1 saying it read the byte, which, I mean, it never should. Or it's going to return an error saying, hey, this would be a blocking operation as we wait for exactly 1 byte, at least 1 byte to come in. And it's like, okay, well, then you're still alive because otherwise you wouldn't block. And then otherwise you return an error and therefore you're dead. So we're just going to have a connection dot set non-blocking true. And so set non-blocking just means that it will throw an error if it would otherwise block. These apparently don't care. I guess we could also do it here that when we try to write, because if we try to write and it doesn't return anything, if it returns okay 0, I mean, yeah, it's fine. We don't care enough to. So this should work as a TCP socket. So when I run this, it should just connect, and then it should just wait for connections, and then every second it should respond with. I was expecting it to take longer. Sorry, this is running. I'm just gonna see if I go like 127 58008. Invalid response. But what did it respond with? It responded with something. I opened it with status closed, document other, size. What it? Yeah, but I want to see what it responded with. Response headers 0. Policy. Well, it definitely didn't like it. Chrome just said, "What the fuck did you just say to me?" And closed. All right, so fine. I mean, we could read 0 bytes transferred. Request failed. Can I get you to print something maybe? So when you get to here, be like, I guess when you get to handling connection, can we like print line dot connection from, and then like connection dot here address, something like that. Restart you. And then when I retry to connect to Chrome, hey, we got a connection. Another connection. That's Chrome being Chrome though. It's trying to reconnect because it's going, hey, you tried to do something. Apparently I'm sending it images back. Not true, but anyway. Right. So I have a tiny little mini server that I can connect to. Main reason for this is when you connect to YouTube and try to like connect to the chat, like if I pinged the chat to try and receive the chat, I would very quickly run out of credits. But there's like a much more expensive operation, like as in I could ping the chat once a second for 1 credit per ping, and then like you could do it for like 2 hours, or I could ping requesting a WebSocket, but it costs like 500, and you only get it's 1,000 or 10,000 credits a day. So it's like I could either ping once a second for like I think it's like 2 hours or something. It works out to. I don't know what it is because I'm pretty sure it's around 2 hours. So if we said 60 times 60 times, yeah, 2. So it must be about 3 hours. So it's 10,000 divided by 60 divided by 60. So what? So yeah, you get 2.7 hours of like I could ping once per second for 2.7 hours, but this stream's already longer than that. So it's like I would run out every day. Like every time I streamed, I'd run out of credits pinging like that. So instead, what you can do is you can spend 500 credits, I think it is. And so if we did 10,000 divided by 500, I can basically get 20 stream connections, like the connection to the chat that where it sends a continuous stream of information rather than requesting every single, like it's because you're a socket. So the issue and what I'm trying to work around here is that I could only basically rebuild 20 times before I ran out of connection. So instead, I'm going to have the tiny socket that connects. This will connect, and then my application will connect to this, and this will just like basically reverse proxy my way through of like sending me the messages, so that I can rebuild my application dozens of times without it having YouTube yell at me and say, no, you're not allowed more than 20 connections in a day. But anyway, this also let me test things without having to like put all my stuff in and connect. So that's fun. Of like I can test myself, my connections and stuff like that. So we're gonna have something like so we need a pub. No, it was like a struct. This is the chat server connection, which is then going to be a std web net, sorry, TCP stream, right? And we're going to derive resource on you, and then we're going to import from world for chat server connection, right? So FM from world. So the way this is going to work effectively is we're going to say let socket equal std net TCP stream connect, and you're going to connect to 127.0.0.1 58008. Right. We're gonna, I guess, it's unwrap that, because if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and I would like to diagnose it. And then we're just going to say chat connection, and then we just pass in socket. We might have to do additional stuff later, but anyway. That should result in me having a connection to the chat thing, and then we're going to say maybe have something like FN, because I don't even know what format like YouTube will send the messages to me in, but like wait, maybe we have like a thing. So if I make like the connection, we could have like an enum. So it'd probably be like here. Now we'll make a module and call this chat. Then we're just going to move this shit into the chat module. Right. So then this is going to have like a pub enum. Pub struct chat command. Right, we can call it chat message. And then we can go name, which is then just a string, I guess, and then message, which is also just gonna be a string. But then from that we can like build something. I'm not entirely sure what, but so we go main, we go head controller, so pub controller, and then we go mod here, and you go pub mod chat, and then we're gonna go up to server, and we're gonna go use right. We have to rename. I guess we just make a new file. Here, new file lib.rs. I guess we just move in there, don't we? Put it up there. Put it in there. There you go. And then you can use snake. I remember what this program is called. What? It's snake. Use snake. Can we just like lowercase s snake, maybe? Snake. Chat message. Right. So this is going to be let's we make a plugin and be like chat snake control. Okay, and then we say app.add systems update, and this is just going to be called like maybe test receive test rec, and then we're going to say test rec. Right, so test rec is obviously going to require access to the socket. Socket, which is going to be a res mute chat server connection, something like that. App.init resource chat server connection, something like that. So we have used socket chat message. Okay. So we have our socket here, we have our socket here. We're going to say mute let data equal vec new, and then we're like socket dot use stdfs no io. Is there a preload? There's a preload. Preload. Ugh, good. Okay. So we're gonna say like first up, can we like socket.0.read? We can read it to a string. Read to end. I don't know if we want to read to the end. I think read to end is terrible for this, because read to end reads all bytes until end of file in this source place into this buffer. All bytes read from the source will be, yeah. So I'm pretty sure that this results in an issue of like, because the connection never gets dropped, it'll just keep doing it. Yeah, socket.0.read to end. No. about that. We're going to go socket.0. Now I could do it in like discrete packets, but that seems dumb. Sure. So we're going to say while so let mute buff equals 200 0 by 256. Right, then we say while let OK red equals socket dot 0 dot read mute buffer if red equals 0 if red equals 0 break think any of the errors. Then we say data.append extend. And then it's like buffer dot red. Not an iterator. There you go. I think this should work. And then we get to here, and then we're just gonna go, can we like print line, I guess, yeah, print line, print this, and go stir from UTF-8 unchecked, and then data. Unsafe. I do not care enough to make this do any kind of checks. Okay, so this test receives, so this will connect, and then so we need to get like the chat controller. We go up to here and be like, hey, this is the controller. I'm going to add plugin chat controller. So chat controller. So theoretically, with this running, with this running like it is, when I run this application, it should connect to that, and then once per second it should spit out the message hello, and then the counted up message. So it didn't crash, which means it managed to connect, I assume. You got a connection. Someone connected. We are probably stuck somewhere. So we probably need to do some kind of heartbeat thing, maybe. So, you know, like print line reading connection. So print line reading connection. Like print line red bytes. So something tells me that we're getting stuck in a loop, and that it's never getting past any point. So it's probably just waiting somewhere in the socket. Okay, but it's never reading 0 bytes. While let OK read. Oh, we never set it to would yeah, okay, so we have to set its blocking policy to not let it block, otherwise, you know, so we like socket dot set not blocking true. So this means that it'll throw an error if it would block, and apparently that doesn't take it mutably. That's weird. So set non-blocking to true means that it throws an error when it would block, whereas at this point, it's like what it does is it waits for more data to come. So that's why it's getting stuck there, and it's once per second saying, "Hey, I read some more bytes." Yeah, so it's saying, "No, reading connection, reading connection, reading connection." So once per second, we read a connection. What is it actually saying in every connection? It says, hello, hello, 1, hello, 2, hello, 3, hello, 4. So not entirely sure why it's sending more and more data each time. I must be formatting. Oh, because I'm pushing, I'm not clearing. Yep, got it. So every time it sends a message, it was sending an additional hello. Okay, that's cool. So that's an issue with this bit of server code here, where we say write format args. So we say data.clear each time, so that we reset the message that it's sending, and then redo this. I have to restart the server as well. So restart the server. You're probably doing something funky. Something is running an empty line each time. Fuck. I don't know what's filling the console with empty stuff. Very strange. So we can stop making you unsafe, and then we can just like dot unwrap. And just say, like, are you somehow sending in like weird fucking characters or something? Something feels like it's right. Oh, you're probably just yeah. We didn't say like if data.is empty, return. Okay. There we go. It was printing the empty string. Lovely. Now, annoyingly, I have to do some kind of like fucking token witchcraft, which I don't necessarily want to be doing on stream because I feel like that's a very, very easy way to leak your credentials. So we like try to have a look. Be like YouTube API. So I just remember how to do it. Channel members lists, videos, watermarks, thumbnails, playlists, search members, broadcast. Thumbnails, video encoding. Mm. Uh, okay, so live chat messages. Um, uh-huh. This seems like it might be too complicated for me. I know that it's doable, but like, the message server is a server stream connection that lets you receive live messages from a specific chat with low latency. This is the most effective way to consume live chat messages, as it pushes new messages to the client as soon as they're available, rather than requiring you to poll for updates. When you first connect, the API sends a series of message containing history, containing recent chat histories, and new messages are posted. The server will continue to send through the open connection. Messages in each server response are ordered from oldest to newest. Each response also includes an exit. Okay. Yep, no, that's definitely beyond my scope of fucking understanding. Hmm. Ah. Well, it is getting late, so I think they're gonna have to end the stream because I can't even think straight right now. And primarily what I'm thinking is I should set up the OAuth stuff offline, but maybe I'll set up some some examples things that were being like struct test. Well, no, it'd be like more like const test user test names, which is an array of let's say 3, and we're going to say Fox PhaestusFox and PhaestusFox. Right, so they're my like 3 usernames, and then const so I don't know, let's say 3, and then we're just going to say high, low, and no, and test, something like that. So we should probably close this so that it stays at 0. So what I'm thinking is we want to go something like, this is test received, so this is not even in the right place to be putting this stuff. So goes in the server. This is test data for the server. So when we get to here, we're going to clear this, and then we're going to say let user equals I guess we'll say message equals chat message name is test names dot choose random, like so, and then message is messages dot choose random. We're just gonna have to go here and say that these need to both be public. Right. These need to unwrap dot to strings. Right. Now we have a message, and then we say, hey, so instead of writing out the data like that, we effectively want to go something along the lines of connection write. So let d equals ron. Do I not have ron? Okay. Ron. Right, so we're going to go here, we're going to say ron to string message. Right. So it's going to be like, okay. Else continue. So message isn't serializable, which is fine. Surdy. Let me go back to you, go back to lib and be like, hello, can you derive surdy, serialize and surdy, deserialize, thank you. So that should work on you, and then say you pass in d.as byte. Right. And then you flush that, and you write that, and then you do that. Okay. Then we go to controller. We go receive. So you receive this, then we say if data is going to be returned, and then we say let message, let okay. Match Ron Ron from string let okay that from it's string from UTF-8 maybe. From UTF-8 lossy data. Okay, that can't fail. That's good. That's good. That's good. So what? From UTF-8. Okay. Data and else. Error. Failed to turn raw to string. And then you return. So then we say match from string data. And we say if you get an okay message. Do that. And then if you're an error, the error failed to deserialize. Okay. I'm going to say info message dot name message dot message. Okay. Oh god, I'm tired. So first off, we have to restart the server, because if we restart the server, then it'll be sending out chat messages. You know, pseudo chat messages. And then we run this. We go, okay. Okay. So it's that the chat controller needs to do something like we need some kind of map. So we're gonna be like struct Shadowbase. And then like name to entity. Right, which is then going to be a hash map of string to entity, like so. Then you derive resource, then also default like that, and then you need to, when you start, say app.init resource Chatterbase, like so, and then go right. So when we get to a valid message, we're going to say, well, you need access to the Chatterbase. Actually, not even mutable, just Chatterbase. And this is just going to be a res right. I'm going to say something like temple Chatterbase fn has snake, which takes in self and a name, which then is a stir and returns a boolean, I guess an option entity, which then just self dot name to entity dot get name dot cloned. Okay, so it has snake. So we're going to say if Chatterbase dot has snake message dot name else Okay, so we drive event and then spawn user snake. So this is going to be like on spawn snake. So Apparently Shadowbase is in public. So we go back to main here. About how we want to spawn a snake. I think this is how you spawn a snake, and having access to the skins as well. There's so much more shit to stack on top. Commands and also skin, which is then going to be a res snake skin. Paste this in. Yeah, okay, so I think what we want to do is maybe like give everyone a consistent username. We're gonna say let hasher equal std hash collections hash map default hash default hasher.hash. No, I guess no, it's on dot 0 dot 0 dot hash new let id equal hasher dot finish. Right, and then we say skins is id modulo skins dot as u64 as u size. Okay, then we pick the skin and we say snake and we say snake and qualify snake and then collection fucking. Wait, you're not the main snake. Go away. And your name is on dot 0 dot clone. Your offset's at 0 0. Segment qualify. Qualify. Can we just leave the offset the same for all of them? Thank you. Which I mean, does mean that I get to go like this and just dump this in here, because if they've all got the same offset, then it doesn't matter. Oh, right. Okay. So, maybe right hell, can you do that instead? I'm lazy. Okay, so in this, we have the snake, and then we say shadowbase dot add, and then we're going to say on the 0 dot clone and snake. So we go to the chatterbase, and we go here, we go add itself name string and t, which is an entity. Within self dot name entity dot insert name entity. Right, so then if we go back to the main thing, we can say, please don't spawn any more snakes. So spawning test snakes won't do shit now. Add is private. Okay, make add public. Apparently has snake. Okay. Okay, so we would chat a thing and go, okay, if let some snack equals, then we'll be like commands dot trigger add segment snack. I don't know if I need that. We can just be like commands dot spawn snake segment snack, something like that. That might work. So it should spawn no snakes immediately, and then once per second it sends a new message, and that new message will in turn be turned into a snake. Apparently it's not going to work. Oh, probably because we need to actually add the observers. Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? So when you add the chat thing, and you'll be like add observer spawn. Wait, it's super. Oh, it's not you. It must be up here. So this spawns snake. Okay, so I guess we'll just add observer spawn. Use a snake. Alright. So, whenever a new person messages in the chat, I'm not currently connected to actual chat, but you know, why are you yelling at me? Something is set to none. Spawn user snake. I bet you're connecting to something. Supposed to be. It's probably got backed up messages. So it's immediately receiving a message. And because it's receiving a message, it's immediately trying to trigger this, which then immediately... That right? Nice finish or Shadowbase? Okay. So it's got something to do with... I'm assuming the snake skin's not being loaded yet. Oh. Run if resource exists. Skins. I'm assuming that's what's wrong. Is that it's effectively saying, like, because I'm not booting them both at exactly the same time, it's already queued up and it immediately sends a message. It's not we're doing that. Just waits until it connects. But it's effectively it's immediately sending a message, which is not giving enough. Okay. Something's wrong with the second camera. I don't know how I broke that, but it is in fact actually spawning snakes for each of the users, and they should in theory be getting longer as each user gets picked multiple times. Yeah, so the snakes are definitely getting longer. That's cool. I don't know why the second monitor broke. Like they're just not turning up. Maybe I commented something out that I wasn't supposed to in the spawn test snake. Like if I turn these test snakes back on, do they suddenly does everything start working again? I'm try and rerun this one. Anyway, that's gonna be the end of the stream because I am so fucking tired. So these snakes turn up on that screen. What did I get wrong between the snakes? What? I'm very confused. The other snakes. I don't know. Anyway, I'm too tired to work that out. Thank you for tuning in. I will do another poll, I guess, tomorrow to work out what tomorrow's stream is going to be about. I'll see you all next time.